Okay, last we left off, Final Fantasy II just got the snowmobile. We are well and truly grinded enough. Probably can just go straight through the story and cut through it like a hot knife through butter for a while. See how far we can take that. Hey, Kai Mom, how you doing? I need to level Josef up. I gotta get him some cheap spell or something. His MP is gonna be a problem. Hey, how's it going? Enemies are just too weak to damage him. I almost need to pull him out into the difficult area of the map. Alright. Let's get as far out of here as possible, and then I'm going to try to find a town with spells. Teach a couple spells to Josef. See what we can make of that. Good enough. Maria's HP went up, but that was just from turns passing, it looks like. I'm doing alright. Okay, it looks like this is progress up here in the Snowfield, so I'll come back to it in a second after I pick up a spell for Josef. Had a bit of a stressful experience at home with my dad staying with us temporarily for medical reasons, but I'm living, getting by. Could be worse. Alright, so we're gonna come up northwest from the town to go out in the Snowfield. Let's keep leveling up Holy, I guess. It's probably a good idea. Keep leveling up Protect. Ended up being a good thing I beat Ori early yesterday, because the Walmart pharmacy where we had to get my dad's insulin closed within like 20 minutes of us getting there. I would not have made it if we had left when stream was supposed to end. Hey, thanks sir, appreciate that. Ipsum indeed. It's really funny to me that Josef, when he joins your party with like no XP, he still takes 0 damage from all the enemies out here. Alright, let's see. Maybe that's the armor. Did I give him some armor? I guess he's got the gold armor. Maybe I can unequip that from him until he gets hit a few times here. Or maybe it's actually my fault. Let's see how badly he gets wrecked with 0 defense. Well, these are about the least interesting spells to give him. You should probably have life. It's useful for just about everybody. Oh, I guess I was already sitting on a fire tome. It's all you, Josef. So I don't need another caster of Toad. I don't think that's really going to matter. Trying to level up Shell a little bit, probably be a good idea. God. Enemies just have no hit points at all. That's more like it. I don't think they're going to get too much more out of Holy at this point. These enemies are just too weak for it to gain much XP, so I'm just going to try to level up all of their other benefits here. Wow, some of the goblins have fewer than, like, 10 hit points? That's crazy. You should get an MP increase there. He'll have used more than half of his max MP. Spirit, Guy's Protect, Guy's HP, Joseph's MP and Magic. Okay, I gotta back up and heal that. Well, that's always fun, Ravenon. I enjoy doing dynamic lighting setups. Survived the first attack, I'm shocked. Goodbye, Mr. Sasquatch. No ups. Let's see. Blink is working its way to level 3. Shell is working its way to level 3. Protect is at 5. Trying to remember what Minwu's Protect spell started at. I think it was like... It may have been 6 or 7. I just know that that's a very reasonable threshold for it to increase my defense. Alright, should just be able to take Josef through now, because he'll be able to cast fire a bunch of times before he runs out of MP. Yeah, it was plus 10 MP, it's a pretty big difference. Away we go. The problem is now Josef has to spend way more MP to get another MP increase. Just have to keep leveling up fire, I guess. No, there it is. Party-wide fire 2 enough to kill all these bees. I feel like that's one of the worst things about the first chunk of this game is, like, the progression system is really cool, and it creates a lot of interesting gameplay predicaments when you're trying to explore parts of the map. But, like, this, I don't know, the first 2 or 3 hours of main story progression, the enemies all have, like, fewer than 10 hit points. And there's basically no way that, there's no way that you could stop yourself from out-damaging them. I think they must solve it in Dawn of Souls with optional content, but they're just like embarrassingly weak. I think they're actually somewhat dangerous too, like early on if they're able to hit you, they poison you and do interesting things. It's just you can nuke them like that. A weak character with like a level 2 spell, kill almost all of them in one hit. This is interesting, like, I've definitely played JRPGs before where they didn't think about the combat balance, and as a result, enemies do way too much damage. Or have way too many hit points. It almost feels like a mistake. Like, borderline, I wonder if almost all the enemies at the beginning of the game are supposed to have 10 times as many hit points. Because it would be completely reasonable even with, like, starting stats. Oh, Josef. Yeah, he's got to spend a lot of MP now to get another upgrade. It wasn't real poison. Snowmobile, let's go. Ha! That's kind of funny. Can you get enemies on the snowmobile? Can. Snowman. Guys look like tomorrow. Oh wow. They didn't get one shot. It's a good sign. Okay. Slightly more hit points. No level ups there. Lame. Out of MP. Alright. Man, they're still missing him every turn, though, even with me removing all of his armor. Although maybe that's like a monk thing? It's a thing in D&D, right? There's some editions where, like, the monk will actually have better stats if they have no armor. There we go. 13. Tyrion's HP, Guy's MP. Alright. That MP up from Guy is highly unexpected. I guess his MP is lower than everybody else's, and Protect is becoming pretty expensive, but he only got like one cast off. So I think that was a fairly low percentage chance of succeeding there. Alright, here's the cave. I don't think there's anything else up here. Current position marker makes it hard to tell because it's huge. Icicle. Snow Cavern's cool looking. I think they continue to get stat ups when they attack from the back like that. Rhea strength increase. Okay. Deadhead. Come on, guys, I believe in you. You can hit Josef. Maybe his starting stats kind of scale with yours? Kill. Oh, grenade. Interesting. I might just say screw it and move everyone back to the front row. It doesn't look like Josef being in the front is like mattering at the moment anyway. We have spirit increase. Can maybe take him into the higher level areas later. Looks like a door. It's not. Ambushed. Just cannot land a hit on Josef to save their lives. Do you have your PC by your bed, Johan? At least to have that set up. I had like a TV and a wireless keyboard and mouse that I put on a little tray on my bed. No! Trap room! Stop that game. I'm glad they seem to have thrown out that idea. I don't think I've seen that in another Final Fantasy. There might be a couple rooms like that in Final Fantasy IV. But it's definitely not a thing with a capital T. Even that's enough. Haha, I hear you coming. Antarctic wind. I see on. Stone with the same effect as Blizzard. Imagine those consumable spell items are like particularly not good in this game. Items and tomes of a set level high compared to what you normally have available. Gotcha. I kind of want to make a roguelike Final Fantasy II. Random enemies, random tomes, random equipment available. Got my kingdom for a repel. I don't know which one of these ways is forward. Runs lasting no longer than like 2 hours if you manage to make it to the end, I would guess. I guess the problem is almost universally roguelikes don't let you grind as much as you like or grind with zero risk. This game definitely allows for it. So you'd have to not have inns or really step up the scaling price of inns based on, you know, missing HP and MP. Let's go down this way. Does FF4 free randomizer, or is free enterprise a randomizer for 4? It would be kind of cool, depending on what all it could randomize. Like, if it could make some really difficult enemies that spawn in the starting areas, I feel like the way this game is outlined, it's definitely possible to be able to make it past them. Get the airship from the start. That's cool. It usually doesn't come up when people talk about roguelikes, but I do think that the general unavailability of healing, or healing being something you have to risk for, or healing that's in very short supply, is pretty important. It kind of makes it different from just being a randomizer. We know that a roguelike turn-based RPG can work because it worked really well with Darkest Dungeon. I don't know, I see potential in this game that feels unrealized even in the remake decades later. Are those all randomizers or no? I think I heard a Worlds Collide. I feel like a problem you'd have to solve if you wanted to make a game that's based on Final Fantasy II, you would have to... Let me think about this. The problem is, once you find a broken strategy, or once you level up a spell to the point where it always wins, where you can get away with casting Toad every battle, or melee attacking with Guy, the game stops being fun at that exact moment. But also at the same time, if you try to make the game be adaptive and be like, oh, you've used Toad successfully in the last 20 battles, we're going to throw enemies against you that are immune to Toad, or for which something really bad happens if you cast Toad on them, that would kind of feel cheap. I just wonder if it's even possible to make a game that does a good job of incentivizing a variety of play, right? Or finds a way to reward you for coming up with something broken and then kind of take it away from you once you've had your fun with it, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Six Gun, of having it be AI that, and by that I mean a series of if statements. Have something in the game that tweaks what's going on based on your performance and how hard things have been so far, whether you've been dominating or not. You just don't want to end up in the extreme level scaling situation where, you know, the game scales to you so well that it feels like you're never gaining levels. Like, that's the problem that World of Warcraft is having right now, or at least definitely had in their last expansion, where they abstracted the math so much that it got to the point where leveling up would actually cause you to do less relative damage per hit to enemies. Oh, whoa, what's up with this place? Giant beavers. I wonder if these would have been Mughals. Snook chit? Guy speak beaver. What? They're all like, yep, makes sense. Goddess's bell. Secret passage in wall to right. Monster guard bell. Bell in wall. Well, you crushed it, guy. I love how they just roll with it too. They're not like, what? Oh, guy speaks beaver. Okay. That's cool. I do like that they have a lot of secrets like this one where, like, there's some text that tips you off to it. You can maybe stumble on it, but there's no reason you would look for it. So it's not an event flag. As I say, I think maybe the problem with level scaling is that it sucks when enemies scale up to whatever you are. I think it sucks less when you scale down to enemies. This depends on the way you do it. I know some people get frustrated in Final Fantasy XIV when they go to do an old dungeon and they lose all of their abilities. But I think 14's decision to, like, take away your abilities when they level scale you down isn't necessarily the way it has to be done, right? You could just as easily just scale the math down so that you don't one-shot everything. It's something that Guild Wars 2 figured out pretty early, that they originally had a global level scaling system that went down and up, so as soon as you booted up your character, you could go to any region in the game, and it would level you up to that point. And it was less fun, so they changed it so that there was only scaling down, but not up. So you still had to unlock regions. For 14? No, it definitely wouldn't. Part of the problem with 14 is some of those new abilities are so, like, game warping compared to the way the content existed on launch that, you know, you go in there and you use Spell Cleave on a Realm Reborn enemy, even if you scale the math down, you're probably still going to do way more damage than warriors were intended to do at the time. Yeah. I think it's a particular problem for MMOs because the fights are designed around the meta at the time the fight's released. Like, if you designed a game from the ground up around level scaling and scaling down, you can control your abilities better, I think, but... So I feel like, options, like new spells and new powers and activated abilities and that kind of thing, are the more interesting form of progression anyway, compared to increasing your strength or increasing your hit points and that kind of a thing. So you could still give the player that feeling of progression, like, oh, I'm fighting this enemy that's, 20 levels lower than me, and I'm being scaled down to it, but I do have these 5 spells that I wouldn't have had otherwise because I've You know, spent the time leveling up. The way the Pokemon works makes it more fun to scale the Pokemon levels down and to have a specific level to enter them into battles with the level 50 requirements. Yeah, that makes sense, Aki. Adamantoise, guarding the bell. I think I've fought these guys as random battles. I'm increasingly thinking as we play through all these different games that there are some game design objectives that are just never possible and never will be possible. But there's a system of trade-offs where you can say, I'm going to include this mechanic, but I'm going to pay for the mechanic with this annoying thing, right? Kind of like the more crunch you add to a tabletop game, just by adding more rules that you have to adjudicate will slow the game down no matter what. It's a very different boss theme from pretty much the rest of Final Fantasy. Can I toad a boss? Because that would be funny. Sure can. Blink increase, shell increased, MP, spirit, Josef's unarmed. Cool. Finally an enemy I wasn't one-shotting with Josef. Something said on the wall. It's the goddess's bell. You obtain the goddess's bell. Is that a shortcut exit? Hot damn. That was a door. Thanks, team. How kind of you. I think it just makes me sad that Japanese RPGs and games like them are kind of about giving the player, here's 300 things that you can do, but I don't think I've ever played an RPG where I use even 10% of those 300 things, you know? You're lucky if you have like 4 or 5 things that are useful by the end of the game. Borghen, you've already gotten the goddess's bell. First you ruined my standing with the Emperor, and now this. The Emperor will never forgive me for messing this up. If I ever go back to the Empire, he'll have my head. Still a soldier. If I'm gonna die, you're coming with me. Cool laugh. Wow, his battle sprite looks pretty different from his portrait. I really like the battle sprites in this Dawn of Souls, but there's like a PSP or mobile version, and the battle sprites look terrible. Like the one I was looking at in particular, I put the sergeant or the soldier sprite. If you Google it, it's FF2 Wiki Sergeant. You can see what he looks like in the PSP version. It's just uninspired. I towed this guy too. Sure can. And now Borghen is a toad. Yeah, right, Aki. Booby-trapped the cave. They're waiting for you in hell. Unga! Oh, that big crack in the wall was there for a reason. We not leave you. Thanks, Josef. You weren't in my party for very long at all. I mean, I guess I'd have to think about how much time Minwu would have been in my party if I had just, like, focused hard on pushing the main story. No, Josef! If they, like, cut off the morning song. Go tell Josef's family he's dead. I wonder if you could do a thing, like a progression system where... I'm just thinking of this, so I haven't fleshed it out at all, but like... You always needed to use or master the prior thing in order to unlock the next thing. So, you know, you can get the Fire 2 spell or the Firo spell really early, but you can't actually cast it until you've cast fire so many times. I guess you get little incentive systems like that in games like Doom 2016 that, they say, jump behind imp enemies and use the pistol to execute them or whatever. It's like, oh, you probably would never use the pistol under other circumstances. It's kind of a cool way to incentivize a variety of play. It's something that RuneScape does pretty well because there's all this fervor about, like, please don't patch anything that invalidates anything that's already in the game. So the way they do that is, you know, a popular weapon in RuneScape from before old school RuneScape booted up was the Abyssal Whip. They wanted to add an upgrade to the Abyssal Whip, so they actually consume Abyssal Whips to make the upgrade. You still have to, like, do the gameplay that gets you a whip in order to make an Abyssal Tentacle. You don't just get to skip straight to the tentacle, right? And maybe it's okay to have a JRPG that gives you 300 options, and at the end of the game you're only using 3 or 4 of them, but you will have necessarily have played around with all of them. You had to cast Toad 50 times, or even better, like actually landed Toad 50 times. You have to know which enemies are weak against status effects. Try to tell Nelly that Joseph's dead. I'm sorry, guys. Daddy isn't coming back. Nope, he got crushed by a boulder. I feel like Final Fantasy IV flirted with this idea, too, of we're going to have guest characters who die. And then the remakes all brought those characters back or implied that they were fine all along. I guess a lot of them were fine all along, even in the original game. Cid sacrifices himself and jumps off the airship with a bomb strapped to his chest, so he's fine. Yang sacrifices himself to keep the machine shut down, but he's fine. Story would have been better received if it was told by an elderly bearded Eidolon. Telegot to actually die. Should see if Holy is even making incremental progress towards leveling up, because I don't think it's going to matter on these regular enemies very much. Oh, it's actually pretty close. We'll probably get to level 6. I'm imagining these bars as like there's 100 points in between each level, and at this point these goblins are giving me like 1 point per cast, but if I were to go to the higher level area and cast it, I might get like 5 points per cast or 10 points per cast. Tells us something funny, it compresses it into a single dungeon. Everyone sacrifices themselves all at once and then they're all fine. One by one every 10 minutes. Yeah, it was very frustrating in 14. That's cool, Aki. I might do the After Years, I don't know. It seems like it's a more interesting game than a lot of the other Final Fantasy sequels and spin-offs. I forget what game we were talking about it on. It may have been Final Fantasy 2, but I really struggle with franchises feeling like they've been diluted with bad entries or brand damaging entries. I feel like Final Fantasy was pretty solid even with some of the bumps in the road along the way, like FF8 not being completely finished. Then Sakaguchi left and then just the floodgates opened. Like, what can we do with this property? I guess they had some spin-offs before that that maybe just didn't make it to the West. Or got retitled in the West, so it wasn't clear that they were aping on the brand. It's weird, like, it shouldn't matter. Like, I should be able to enjoy Mass Effect 2 just fine, knowing that Mass Effect Andromeda exists. And I should be able to enjoy Seasons 1 through 4 of Game of Thrones just fine, knowing that Season 5 and beyond exists, but I am very optimistic about Yoshi P's involvement in 16. I think he's the best possible person to right the ship, it seems like. I guess that's another thing. I feel like it's probably possible to right the ship after you dilute your brand like that. Like, I can't say I give a fuck about Tomb Raider until the reboot, and then the reboot comes out, I'm like, okay, I can pretend like the rest of this stuff doesn't exist. The existence of 13.2 made you retroactively enjoy 13 more. Interesting. I'm excited to get to 13 finally. I know so little about it. There's a guy with a chocobo in his hair, and lightning is the female cloud. And I think from the first 30 minutes of it that I tried to play, I was irritated by all of the nouns having too many, like, apostrophes and shit in them. Falsy. Fortunately, the map's not working. I've had this happen before. I don't understand what causes it. So you have to press B select to pull up the map. Sometimes it just stops accepting that input. Airship, he's a business genius. He's seriously like the opposite of Nomura and Katase and those folks. Which I guess you could argue comes with its own set of faults, that in order to be so, like, business-oriented and able to get shit done, it's easy for your work to come off as a little formulaic at times. Goddess's Bell. Item. I don't see why not. Gordon, I came to retrieve the Sunfire. I was the only one left who could open the door. Oh, that's right, they planted that earlier. That they could just walk in here. You want to join us, Gordon? Keep is riddled with secrets. You let me come with you. Sure. So much nodding. Spear, huh? Well, I guess I had a mithril spear already. Do you have any spells to start with? I haven't picked up any. I guess I got the Blizzard Tome. So are any of the, I'm about to ask this. Dawn of Souls is supposed to have a bonus dungeon that features the guest characters only. Are there any guest characters that are in the game that aren't featured in that dungeon, or are they all in there? The nodding thing was just a thing in 2D Final Fantasy. An easy way to make your characters emote in different ways. It's in one Dawn of Souls, sort of, although there's not really any character dialogue in that one. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Add some extra ones like the raising the hand, right? And the spellcasting emote. Land turtle. But Gordon's battle sprite's really cool looking. Good job with him. I think 5 has the, like, surprised face, raising hand, left hand, right hand, both hands. The nod. So 6 builds and all that, but it also adds the spellcast one where they look like they're waving their finger at you. Varian's holy level increase. It worked out in 6 because it was the overworld sprites were the same as the combat sprites, so they were able to leverage a lot of the combat animations in the story. I like FF5 a lot. I really like the pure job system. Progression feels really good. Story's cool. Mithril helm and shield, man. Oh, this was a trap room all along. Crap. This might take me a bit to get out of here. Enemy Furion doesn't one-shot. Nice. Keep doing that. That's potential HP for Gordon. Not every 4th slot character is in the extra dungeon. Sounds like Minwu is, or Josef or Gordon in there. I'm just wondering which ones I should be trying to develop here. Sleep Tone. I won't stress too much about Gordon then. Yeah, unarmed is pretty busted, at least at the beginning of the game. Sounds like it falls behind in the late game, but... Hellfire, is that like an Antarctic wind? Trap rooms, man, I'll tell you what. Oh, new animation for Holy. Level 6. Very cool. Bring Spirit up. Alright, that's enough, game. Calm down. It's gonna be a long time before any of these characters gain hit points. I guess it could maybe happen in one of those fights where they spam blizzard spells for like 30 damage a pop. gonna bother with that sleep tome. I assume it's not very good. Number of Japanese RPGs where I've been able to use a sleep spell effectively. I guess usually when it's just like old school WoW where you had to use like polymorph to take an enemy out of combat temporarily. Seems like that's the best usage. Sleep. Get a chance later, I might go pick up some of the basic spells I want everyone to have. An elemental damage spell, Cure in Life, and Esuna. Maybe the solution is that every enemy in the game has like 3 victory conditions. One is beating them just by killing them. One is by performing specific actions on them. I guess kind of like Undertale, but with, you know, a wider range of JRPG spells and activated abilities. I guess Shin Megami Tensei kind of does that, but it's this weird, like, random talking mechanic that's... I kind of hate the way SMT does it, actually. It's so close to being interesting, but it has just enough randomization that, like, you more or less have to have a walkthrough to keep track of it. Toad being good, I know, right? Because the thing that makes Toad good is that it's able to remove an enemy from combat that otherwise would be really dangerous if it was allowed to survive for even one more turn. To the point where, like, if it has like a 25% chance of hitting, that's often still worth rolling for it. No, I was saying that, maybe a solution to the problem of your JRPG has 400 things you can do, and only like 3 or 4 of them are actually worth doing. Potential solution is to have every combat have multiple solutions, one of which is depleting the enemy's health. Another one might be depleting their MP, and then a third one might be using some specific sequence of actions, like this enemy will always die if you cast Toad on it and it succeeds, or this enemy will always die if you sleep on it and then while it's sleeping give it a high potion or something, right? Like, and I was saying that that concept kind of happens in Shin Megami Tensei. I guess I've only played 4, so maybe the other games do it differently, but in 4 it's like you can try to bargain to get enemies to join you, but it's not static enough. Like, there's so much randomness around it that it's hard to make an informed decision. It just kind of feels like you're rolling the dice every time. I think that's the right one, sir. I think it was Kami chatting about it, Leon. And the boss is a regular enemy already. Right on. That was quick. Might appreciate Persona 5 more. I mean, it might just come down to what the game tracks for you. If you could argue that some kind of randomness is important because it gets kind of boring. Like, there's a reason you don't really fight the same enemy more than 4 or 5 times in Undertale in your normal route, right? Because once you solve the puzzle, it's kind of pointless to keep running into the same enemy and hugging it or doing whatever action resolves the combat. So some amount of randomness I think is acceptable, but the game doesn't really track what you've learned, and because of the randomness, you can't really tell, except over hundreds of combats, whether, like, you know, this particular creature likes gifts, or this creature wants you to be an asshole to it. So maybe if it, like, updated a bestiary entry or something each time with hints, that might make it a little bit more tolerable. So it would be equally frustrating, I think, if you made this RPG where there are variable victory conditions for each individual enemy. Like the example I gave, there's an enemy where you have to cast Toad on it, and then you have to use a Maiden's Kiss on it, and then it dies for sure, and gives you different rewards if you kill it that way versus just depleting its health. But that would be frustrating if that enemy was somewhat resistant to Toad, right? So you try casting Toad on it and it just doesn't work, and you're like, oh, I guess that's not the weakness, right? You have to give the player some kind of feedback that when they were on the right track, that they were on the right track, even if the RNG doesn't grant it to them, you know what I mean? Like, that was a huge problem in Dragon Quest VII, where there's all these bosses that are... You know, all the bosses in the game resist all status effects, but most bosses have one status effect that they resist slightly less than others, where it's like there's at least a 30% chance it's going to hit instead of a 0% chance. But the, like, opportunity cost to discover which status effects are illegal is so high, given that on those same turns you could be doing damage and ending the fight faster, right? So it's like you either read the walkthrough and you know, okay, I can use sap on this boss. Or every boss is like, you have an exploratory run where you die on purpose to find out which status effects work. It might just be as simple as having a scan mechanic where once you've cast an element or a status effect on an enemy one time, it tells you that could have worked. You know, enemies don't just no-sell things all the time, I think is what the problem is. Yeah, Shaking Ball in Pokemon would certainly help. Where, like, if the ball breaks open instantly, you know, okay, this boss, I'm not going to ever cast Sleep on this boss, that's fine. Yeah. You have such little time to give the player feedback. I think this isn't just true of JRPGs, I think this is true of most turn-based, slow opportunity cost games like tabletop RPGs or Dungeons and Dragons, right? Like, Wizards of the Coast came to this realization around 4th edition D&D when they were like, shit, we have all these cool ideas and these giant stat blocks for monsters, but at the end of the day, most encounters are over by round 5, and actually ought to be over by round 5, right? So it sharply limits, if you're trying to, like, convey to the players what they ought to do in a fight, you have very little time to do that. Is this a trap room? Of course it is. I think I got turned around there. I'm trying to think if there's a particularly well-designed turn-based JRPG boss fight that is of about standard RPG boss length, teaches you the thing you're supposed to learn without actually killing you, right? So, like, not Unalesca. The problem with Unalesca is you have to die to her to know I should come back in here with death prevention, or I should allow characters to get zombied so that they don't get killed by Megadeth, right? Really? I'm gonna have to find like a chest to see how turned around I am. I had a battle triggered at like exactly the wrong time. Okay, I think we're on the right track now. Now we're getting golden armor. Attack while its tail is up. Attacks, and it'll encounter with its tail laser. I feel like, unfortunately, that ends up... Some of the better fights are the ones where a character in the party literally tells you, like, hey, don't cast lightning on the whelk. And don't attack it when it's in its shell, right? And you're like, oh, okay. Like, you'd rather the game convey that to you without having a player literally tell you, but there's just not enough time, because the boss is going to be dead in 10 turns, so... It's not like Dark Souls where part of the fun is running into the boss room and getting fucking destroyed by it and being like, okay, let me try it again. Maybe that's just the way the games frame defeat. Like a game like Final Fantasy II, when you die, you load your save, which implies that defeat's not like part of the universe. So I think it kind of inadvertently or unintentionally tells the player, you should have known what to do there. Right? Even though it was impossible for you to know what to do there. And you only now know what to do because you game overed and loaded your save. Heard there was a monster guarding Egil's torch. Now I've seen it with my own eyes. A red soul. Oh, actually a red soul. Fire 8. Oh yeah, that might be some HP. Absorbs ice magic. That's really cool, Aki. There's a couple fights like that I can think of from games. I definitely like boss fights more when it's not just, hey, it's a regular enemy, but they have more health, right? Like, to me, almost peak JRPG fight design is the optional bosses in the arena in Final Fantasy X that require you to use all the broken spells and mechanics they've given you up to that point. But I guess that breaks my whole idea because, like, you can't sight read any of them. But maybe the reason it works for Final Fantasy X for me anyway is that the arena is set up so that when you die, it doesn't game over. It just takes you back out and says, oh, bad luck, try again, right? It's interesting, it's like the mechanism of failure, the way the game presents failure is really important, for me at least, in determining whether I feel like the game was fair about teaching me its lessons, you know? Yeah, that might be the gist of it. I'm trying to think if it's any more complicated than that. Works in Wild Arms trees. You can redo your party setup at the start of any turn in the fight. Oh. Yeah, I think that helps, Aki. if you have broad ability to swap out characters and change equipped abilities and change equipment, even if you have to pay some kind of cost to do that. Final Fantasy X has that. You can swap out party members, change gear. Party members you can swap at no cost. Gear at an extremely small cost. Egil's torch. Let's go destroy the Dreadnought. I think it's less about how punishing the death penalty is and how the game intends to teach you. Like, you see me getting frustrated about this when we play RTS games. RTS games feel like almost none of them are designed for you to be able to just load up a map that you've never seen before, a story map that is, and just play through it, react to the surprises, and then beat the stage. You kind of have to load up the map, see where all the bases are, right? Or see the direction the enemies are coming from. Go, oh, there's a bunch of Scourge that are flying and they're going to blow up all my flyers. Alright, well I need to move my flyers in the bottom left corner when I reload my save and try again. Maybe that's the way the devs want you to do it, is to explicitly lose like that. Wow, that's a cool... really showing you how much bigger the Dreadnought is there. This is some Star Wars A New Hope shit, right? Everything you need to know. Rebels, Empire. That was a cool cutscene. Neat. Alright, I apologize in advance for the early Chocobo theme, which is missing the verse and only has the chorus. Got an evil empire. It's the yellow thing all the way in the bottom right. I really don't know. Well, let's go try to find out, I guess. I don't think it would be so bad if I didn't know how the whole song goes. It's like, gifts that end too soon, mildly infuriating. You keep anticipating it to go on. Well, what do you want? Rebel Curs. Hey, it's the captains from before. Now, does it actually let me through when I do that? Oh, there's that curse tome. It does. Alright, well I will go ahead and give that to somebody. Guess let's throw it on... Guy? So that's kind of cool if you got wrecked by these guys when you first ran into them in that early town, and then just playing through the main story, now you're actually expected to fight them for real. I always like when games do that. Sorry, Gordon. Were-panthers. Man, this game has a very sudden difficulty spike. But then we got were-rats and ghasts again. What? So that Gordon can get to feel like he's participating. Trap rooms! Hey, I didn't get a battle. Gil. Stunner. He's the #1 stunner. What? I don't know what I expected. Dead.jpg. All trap rooms. So the captains are super hard. You have to kill one to get in here. I think. Maybe there's another keyword you could do. What else looks like progress? Probably should have gone the other way, but I've out-leveled stuff, so I can probably afford to skip treasure chests right now. Do I get cool sunglasses? A thought bubble with cool sunglasses. Characters are like, man, it'd be so rad if I had some sunglasses right now. Keep wanting to pull up a map. Press the map button. Ooh, dark bow. OP and PvP. The upgrade? Nope. That's cool. I went to Mycedia like probably a dozen hours sooner than I was supposed to. Through the power of Toad, I made it there. See, that right there is a problem that Final Fantasy IX solves that I wish more games would be interested in solving. Where, like, in FF9, if you had the same ability learning system, but, like, grafted onto this game, you get the Dark Bow, and the Dark Bow has some, you know, passive ability or spell or something on it that you have to temporarily equip the bow to learn. So you never get that feeling of having borrowed fun from your future self, which is basically what happened in the first 2 episodes of this game. grinding to make it to Mycedia and fighting all the enemies in the cave there was me robbing fun from present me. Oh, you need to save scum in this game. Like, literally, you can cross over a couple tiles and move from random encounter zone with enemies that have 5 HP to random encounter zone with enemies who have 1200 HP and one-shot you. I feel like Iron Man Final Fantasy II wouldn't be a particularly fun game. Just deletes your save if you die. You open the iron gates. Oh. I mean, if by that you mean, like, I would run into a battle and I would game over. So because I game over, I had to load my save. And then as I continued forward, I wouldn't get into the same battle with 6 cockatrices that petrified the party. Hilda, Furion, I meant to keep you at Kashuan Keep. Things didn't go as planned. I'll meet you. Makes more sense. No problem, Hilda. Cid's here, it looks like. Find the engine and toss the Sunfire in. Pontiac Sunfire. Sorry to bristle at that, it's just like, I don't know what the intended path to Mycedia is meant to look like if you have a 1 in 4 chance of a party of 6 enemies that can ambush you and petrify you all on their first turn. Like, how are you supposed to get there? Even if you go there later in the game, if not to save your game and, like, not start over when you game over, right? Because Final Fantasy in general is a little bit kinder than like Shin Megami Tensei in terms of back attack Malboro, uninteractive random battles that just wreck you. I encourage you to play really conservatively and save constantly, right? This game's the exception rather than the rule for the franchise. I wonder if I was allowed to blow up the place before rescuing Hilda and Cid. I actually didn't know they were here. I guess that's what they were showing with the cutscene of it being grabbed by the crane. capped enemy I had to kill to get in here is still way harder than any of these enemies. Except that one Werepanther random battle. These guys were tough. One in 3 on the NES when I let you save in town. Yeah, survivability check. If you can only save in town, then getting to Marstead is, I assume, impossible. Assuming that the cockatrices were still there, you have a fairly high chance walking from the area where the random encounters first become dangerous to Marstead. Probably going to get into like 20-25 battles, and the chance that one of those battles is going to be 6 cockatrices that ambush you and petrify your whole party is like close to 100%. So maybe you just, you know, you keep dying and loading back into town and trying again until you make it there. I don't think that there's like a ribbon item in this game, or at least not one that would be available that early. Maybe you get your agility so high that they generally miss. It's cool seeing little enemies walk around down there. Helldivers. Yeah, right. Because I assume the original game had the gold needles to remove petrify. Rebel Curs. That's us. Some chests I skipped. Dagger. I do like that they tell you what the item you got from the monster in a box was before you fight it. Gigas potentially drops a giant's helm, which would be an upgrade. I think it's pretty rare, though. Hey, look at that. God is real. Is it an upgrade? In fact, it is, and it increases attack. You know who needs more attack? Let me save after that happens. I'm actually gonna page through the bestiary really quick. I'm curious if there's any other interesting, unique items. Oh, Diamond Shield is a rare drop from Adamantoise? Interesting. Including the boss version, I assume. Ogre Mage. A bunch of spells. Battle Axe from Dual Heads. Mithril Knife from Borghen. God, the enemy loot in this game is bizarre. There's just certain enemies that have a really cool drop table. Like the captain, right? And most of them just don't have anything at all. Oh, it actually just gave me a giant's helm also. Thanks, game. Tridents. Now, is dagger separate from... Oh, it totally is. Raises evasion, eh? Don't take my shit with you, dude. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Alright, let's see. In the NES version, your stats get cut in half when you switch character class. That's... wow. I wonder why they did that. Actual interesting battle, it looks like. You tried, Gordon. Berserk Tome. I might actually want Berserk. Oh, temporarily raises attack, so it's not classical Berserk. Yeah, let's totally take that then. So put it on Therian. Both are good games with fairly different experiences. I'm probably going to do the remake when we do FF3, because I know it makes a lot of quality of life improvements, but we established that the Steam version, I would be able to save in the final dungeon through shenanigans. Can I kill these captain guys with yell rebel curs? Nope. Okay. I assume these magicians have an interesting draft table. I'll take a look at them in the bestiary after this fight. Stun Tome and Mage Staff. Appear to be correct. Paralyzes foes. So, Scourge is one I haven't seen yet. That was the one that auto-killed weak enemies in Final Fantasy 1. I wonder how Berserk works in this one. If it's like, the more you level it up, the more of an attack boost it gives you. This is a little RPG makery, this little sequence here. The dead ends where there are captains that you can fight, but then it doesn't despawn them. I mean, it was like, what, 1988 for Final Fantasy 2? That could be bad. It wasn't that bad. Hallelujah. Oh man. AoE Toad is getting so good. Can hit more than one target now instead of just missing everybody. Thunder Tome. Looks like the engine room to me. Give me a Scourge Tome. It looked like it was like temper. I'm just curious if it's like what leveling it up does, if it increases the damage dealt. Ask the engine about. I'm still sad they checked this ask learn system. Throw the Sunfire into the engine. Hey, it's the familiar looking Dark Knight. That voice. There's no time, Maria. The ship will blow up any minute. Sakaguchi had the idea for ally who gets brainwashed by the enemy pretty early. Yeah, it happens to the main character in 7. happens with Renoa in 8. Arguably happens in 6 when Terra goes all Esper crazy. I like 6's handling of that, though, the best. Where she's not even a mandatory character to beat the game. And she's just like, I just don't want to fight anymore because violence is bad. You have to convince Terra that violence is good, actually. Felt guilty about Garland, decided to give forgiveness a try. Six is such a good game. Thinking about it again. Don't think that's just nostalgia talking. Stuff like the Terra fight where she fights Funbaba or whatever and always does 0 damage to it because she's lost the will to fight. So that's kind of cool that you use the combat mechanics to indicate that. Applied correctly in large doses directly to the head. Princess Hilda, what's up? The king about to die. Blew up the Dreadnought, did you? I always knew you had it in you. Do you guys all say this? Okay. It's Minwoo. Now Minwoo is using the nod to mean it's dire. Gordon, Minwoo, and Furion, I have one last request to ask of each of you. Listen carefully. Go southwest. Grind on the cockatrices for like 4 hours. You want Gordon to lead the army? Interesting choice. The legend that speaks of an ultimate magic. Oh, does this game have meteors / holies / I guess we'll find out. Flare? I liked Final Fantasy V's handling of that with the different towers. Oh, Ultima. Okay. Didn't think Ultima was that early. Go to Deist, home of the Dragoons. They say the Dragoons settled the town and then left. We are to stand against the might of the Empire. I'm convinced we will need the Dragoons and the Wyverns. Wyverns. I always said Wyvern, and then I played some games where the voice acting said Wyvern, and now The Witcher 1 says Wyvern again, and I'm like, fuck. They pronounce petrifying monsters spelled Catoblepas, which I've always read as Catoblepas, is Catoblepis. It's like, okay, I can hear that. I guess maybe I've been saying that wrong my whole life. Wyvern. Save our tears for another time. Whoa, Hilda, what are you hee-heeing about? Are you a trick, Hilda? When the Emperor first moved against Deist, We dismissed the attack as a mere skirmish. The Emperor feared the power of the Dragoons. Some say the Dragoons can speak the language of the Wyverns. Happens a lot in fantasy, where it's like, this is a fantasy word. Probably have read it many more times than you've heard it spoken aloud. Good ideas, you may find wyverns that yet live. Wyvern would make for a most potent ally. Visit the port of Paloom and seek out a ship. Okay, thanks, dude. Scales based on the level of the spell and the caster's instep. Nice. Actually makes me wonder if the city's still occupied up here. I'm gonna check real quick. Yup. Sure is. Oops. LR apparently as you run away. I pressed the R button on accident. I was like, what? It's a cool animation. Come on, curse. Probably enough for a berserk and curse level up here. Maybe a holy level up? Big deeps. Wow, nothing. How did it go, though? Not bad. Okay. Heaviest clarinet song ever. Don't tell me I have to bring the boat all the way back again. You folks looking for passage to Deist? This be your lucky day. Be ye wanting a ride? Doesn't this seem too convenient? Her character looks cool. I like her portrait. Leila! Waiting outside the city for you. I'll weigh anchor as soon as you're set to go. Leila was a goblin. You're gonna fight a kraken? Trust in pirates doesn't say much of the space you got between your ears. Spare you your lives, but your loot be ours now. You guys have no idea. Whoa. Pirate sprite's kind of silly looking, actually. Oh man. AoE Toad's getting pretty decent. Swords and those shirts are the same color. Right. It's still cast it as an AoE if you use it as AoE against a single target. That's interesting. And then I turned her entire crew into frogs. For no stat benefits. Do what you're gonna do and be done with it. Join our party, pirate lady. Do you want to fight the Empire together? I like the sound of that. Whether it be Deist or the bloody edge of the world, they'll get you there. Yay! Aki, is Leila one of the optional dungeon NPCs? Decide if I should invest in her or not. Oh, I just have boat access now. Sweet. Unexpected. Croak. Yeah, she's not. Okay. Well then, Leila, you look cool, but I'm very sorry. Voting you off the island. Okay, where can I go now? A couple places. Sea snakes. Our battle sprite's pretty cool too. I've used, like I said, every character in Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3, I think, battle sprites in D&D, so I'll often recognize them and go, oh, that's the brothel master NPC. Only I palette swapped her, so she has different hair color. Once I started, like, running out of 16-bit, like, RPG character sprites to use, I would just start, like, photoshopping their heads onto each other's bodies and palette swapping them around. It turns out it works pretty well. You could easily move Therian's head on the guy's body, change the color of his bandana, and change, like, the color of his boots. You'd have a new NPC. It's Catoblepus. Yeah, there's a Catoblepus, I guess is how it's pronounced now. Okay. In RuneScape, it's called a Catoblepon. But I thought it was Catoblepon. That makes sense. Oh, I thought the way you just wrote it, Catoblepus. Catoblepus, not Catoblepus. The Witcher says Catoblepus, which I'd never heard before, but I'd never heard the word said out loud. Is this Deist or is it that other island? Looks like an important tower. Can I even go in there yet? Probably not. Getting ambushed by these guys, pretty brutal. Stop it. I'm gonna get some Furion HP level ups here finally. Well, one is dead, that's good. Maria and Guy are really good at not getting shrunk down. Nice, that might be a HP level up from Maria right there. If we're lucky. And Curse sucks. It makes you terrible at everything. And it's almost impossible to remove in combat because of the way Esuna works. Maria HP up. Alright. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. I don't think I have anything that removes it either. Alright, well I gotta start leveling up Esuna, apparently. Can't get in the tower. Buccaneer. Wonder if Curse affects their ability to gain health and level ups. Maybe I want to keep them cursed for the easy enemies, you know? Just to keep Leila dead if she doesn't come back later. She's just robbing XP from the other party members. Yeah, let's say Curse, see if it helps with leveling up. Okay, yeah. Earlier I was like, man, I feel like the world map is super empty, but it looks like there's more stuff. The map maybe scrolls a bit. We'll see. Curse doesn't seem to affect evasion. Outside of the main continent. I just want to see if there is anything off in that top right corner. No, I guess it's just the landmass in the northwest stretches over. So maybe there isn't actually anything there, at least not yet. Maybe later there will be. Man, this would be frustrating if this didn't have a map, right? Just wide open sea. Tropical island. These guys again. Probably need to find a way to get rid of this curse now. Probably as good a fight as any to work on it. Probably gonna have to spam this a few times. If I don't have higher level Esuna, I'm gonna have problems later on. I assume it's like level 5 or 6 Esuna that lets me remove Curse. Try to do like 3 casts per battle or something. I guess if it's only level 2, it should work out of combat 100%. Just might not work in combat. Having that problem earlier where, like, Minwu would always remove Petrify with Esuna out of combat, but it never landed in combat. It is Wyvern, actually. Guys, Esuna level went up. That works, thank you. Looks like this is your job now, guy. Hey, Andrea.
Yeah. I've come to provide entertainment.
Hooray!
During the... Are you in a dungeon by any chance?
Ma'am.
Hey!
Oh, that's the wrong button. Oh my god. Calm down, Stream Deck. Try that again.
Hey, Andrea's here. Here comes science.
How's science today?
Good, I fixed my mistake. No gordita dress. It's hanging up. I could go put it on.
So the yellow jellies are weak against Blizzard.
Yeah, I get to show at our group meeting on Monday that I made a really silly mistake. Oh, it ended up not being that bad. But, like, I thought that there was a source I was interested in, and I thought it was in a galaxy cluster.
When you say source, what does that word mean?
It's something that shoots gamma rays at us. A gamma ray source. Thought it was in a galaxy cluster. Turns out it's not in a galaxy cluster. Therefore, I was modeling it wrong. So I found another source that is in a galaxy cluster. But yeah, I'm gonna put together a slide where I'm like, it's not in a galaxy cluster, and use the I have no idea what I'm doing dog science meme. Because I really don't. This is way outside my area of expertise. Kind of just figuring it out on my own.
To make the Gordita your Star Trek Watch Party uniform. Did you make it to this one last week or the week before?
I don't think so.
This is the one where you gain levels by doing things instead of gaining experience points. So like every spell in the game has a different level and it goes up as you use it. Getting attacked makes you gain hit points. Attacking with his sword gives you sword points. So like their stats look like this instead of, see how he's like level 9 and unarmed?
Yeah.
And how he's like level 6 in cure, level 5 in Blizzard. So it's interesting. So you play it pretty differently from other Final Fantasies as a result. Just like the for science. Oh.
You want the cheesy gordita crunch for science? Because it fuels science.
Did you see the emote Erm used?
Oh, the little silly kitty?
No.
Alright, I'll go put on the cheesy gordita.
Hey, look at that.
Yay, peer pressure!
Hey!
Alright, there we
Beautiful.
go. I am now a cheesy gordita crunch.
You gotta wear that with like a lab coat.
Yeah, science. It's what fuels me, you know. Normally you've got, I don't know, what do scientists eat?
Food? Science pellets?
I guess I should be the one to answer that question.
You can always quit your job and become a food scientist at Taco Bell. You can explore the design space of Taco Bell. I'm sure there are regions they haven't explored yet.
Yeah, exactly. The cheese gordita crunch fuels me, but I'm wondering what other scientists should wear, like a Red Bull, maybe. Oh, I've got a friend who does Diet Mountain Dew, so he could be a Diet Mountain Dew. I don't know if anyone has like a food obsession like I do.
Taco Bell, there's nothing wrong with that. I like X extra flamin' hot Cheetos. I can't go back to the regular Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
No.
The regular Flamin' Hot Cheetos just
they're not extra.
They just taste like Cheetos now. And Cheetos just taste like spit suckers. Which spit suckers are they're like the same
consistency?
Yeah, they're
the same base, but
they're the same product as the Cheeto, but there's no cheese coating. Yeah, they're just I don't even know what they put on them. They don't really taste like anything. Oh.
Ooh, peanuts and Chef Boyardee. I don't know, man. I mean, what if it's good? I can see the crunchy. Trying to think like what that's like.
Peanuts are good.
I know, I like peanuts. I like Chef Boyardee, but I don't know if I like peanuts in a tomato sauce. Okay, I can see chicken Alfredo, I think.
Dad, can you make sure you close the front door? Oh, don't want the kitties to run out. Thank you.
Little guys. Ben was snuggling last night.
He was, yeah, all night.
He was middle spoon. Where'd you been? You're a middle spoon.
Dual heads and dual deads.
Are those frogs?
They sure are.
Are they just dropping frogs on, or you just drop frogs on them and it kills them? Are they poison frogs?
I turn them into frogs. It's a pretty strong spell. Toad is kind of a garbage spell in every other Final Fantasy. But in this one it's pretty good. Because most enemies aren't resistant to it, and its efficacy scales with how many times you cast it, so... Also, the NP cost is whatever the spell level is, so Toad cost me 9. We have Smarties here. I assume they're the same thing. So there's a brand called Smarties in America, which isn't what I think of as Smarties. Smarties are like the little chalky, you know what I'm talking about, little Halloween candy. Not always Halloween, but...
Like Smarties?
Yeah. Smarties.
What about them? I wasn't listening.
Set up a Toad counter. Curious.
Gets. I mean, I guess it's a cylinder, so maybe it looks like a rocket? Is there like a rocket on the plastic? Both names are very strange.
Whoa. Ooh, what have we here? Where are you coming from? Look at your weird face. Why you no wearing mask? Black mask our treasure. We keep it at bottom of cave. Shopkeeper. Interesting. Whoa! Demon Axe, Demon Spear. Unfortunately, I'm not using either of those. I wonder if the Ruby Clearus is like better in magic defense and just sucks in physical defense or something.
Ooh, that'd be awesome, Kami, and then we could eat it on stream. Like we did with Johan's.
Mukbang. Wildhorn.
So does anyone have science questions that I can't answer? Like, did you all see that the moon has ice in some craters? Or water, sorry. They knew it had ice. When it's facing the sun, those craters have water. I mean, that kind of makes sense that they do, that some of them have ice and that the sun would melt that into water. I mean, I think it's interesting. Some people have been saying it's like so colonies on the moon can have their own water source and not have to bring it.
It's a pretty big deal given how expensive it is too.
Yeah, but like, is the water really minerally? Like, is it? I guess you could always bring a filter.
Certainly it's easier than bringing all the water. It's easier to bring machinery that you can use for the water source that's there, right?
Yeah. It's you know, that's kind of cool. Yeah,
you can probably comment on the media circus part of that, though. It wasn't that big of a deal.
I guess it's one of those things where I was like, okay. It's one of those things like, oh, confirmed that ice melts into water. Just, we're confirming that again. It's kind of like one of these, like, black hole things happen, which are really cool, but they're like, yep, it matches what Einstein said. Einstein was right.
It's not surprising.
Yet again, yes. So it's not really, I don't want to say not groundbreaking, because it is, like, as far as the technology.
Well, I think we should be better about being excited about when predictions come true. I think that's part of the problem with sensationalism in science, that every time, you know, we do the test, everyone's like, meh.
Oh, I did read something that the thing that made the measurement, I think this is kind of cool. I like the instruments sometimes better than the science. It's a plane that can go really, really high in the atmosphere. Is that right? Did you guys read this? I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But that mission, I was reading in a Reddit thread, so, you know, take this with a grain of salt, but that mission was kind of on the chopping block, and they're looking for congressional support to keep it going, so, you know, there's that. Take from that what you will. But yeah, I've seen scientists milk results to cause a stir, and I don't particularly like it. But unfortunately, it's kind of necessary.
Well, the thing that happens with NASA that I thought you could speak to from your own experience is that they always they let, like, the press know, hey, we've got a press conference on Monday.
We have a press conference about alien life, and so everyone has to go to the press conference, just, you know.
Well, I don't think NASA's doing anything wrong. They're just saying, hey, we've got some details we want to reveal to you on Monday. And, like, if the press were responsible, they would go, okay, we'll see you on Monday, and then we'll write our story on it. But they write a story on NASA has a release regarding the moon on Monday. Like,
Right. Well,
let everyone get all.
it's like a double-edged sword. It's annoying to me, but any publicity is good publicity.
Right.
You
That's
know,
what I was asking.
like, I will not, and it's not like the LIGO results. So I don't know if y'all remember, but like 4 years ago at this point, it was right when we first moved here.
3 or 4 years ago.
This instrument called LIGO, there's two of them. There's one in Washington State and one in Louisiana. And they like can measure really, really small variations in space-time by like saying this length versus this length, and so they can see it like jiggle. Anyway, they saw a jiggle. What was the analogy? It's like measuring human hair precision, like the precision of a human hair to measure the distance from here to the sun.
Yeah, that's how precise it is.
That's how big
that's
the wiggles
the
are.
error.
Yeah, the wiggles are itty bitty. So anyway, they detected
They had to like
some
control for trucks
wiggles.
driving around miles away. Sorry, go ahead.
And so this is huge, right? And what they decided to do, and I completely respect this, I wish more people would do it, but based on the story I'm about to tell you, I can understand why they don't. They had this result, they checked it, they, wrote a paper, they put the paper through peer review, and that's when the trouble started. So they put this, because detection of gravitational waves is like, that is groundbreaking, that's huge. And it got leaked, and so people are tweeting about this, oh, they saw gravitational waves, and before the experiment announced it. Now, I thought that was shitty, because it's the experiment's measurement, and they should be the ones to announce it, not the grapevine. And it's kind of shitty that the peer review people were, like, leaking it. I don't know. It's just crappy, and I think the LIGO people were frustrated, and so that makes me frustrated, because it was their result, and it should have come out the way they wanted it to. And so, for that reason, I can kind of see why people will announce a result before it's been peer-reviewed, but, that has some problems.
You should explain what gravitational waves are. I think people
Yeah,
forget that
gravitational waves. So you've got two black holes, and they're orbiting each other, and they're losing energy, because they're radiating energy out in space-time. So it's kind of like, I don't know, you roll a pool ball on the table, it's going to eventually stop because of friction. I'm going to go with that analogy. Anyway, the two black holes spiral in towards each other, and then they collide, and they make a bigger black hole, and in that process, it's like dropping a rock into a pond. You get ripples. So, right, you get this big splash, and then you get these ripples, and the ripples travel all the way to Earth. And then we detect them with LIGO as these little jiggles in space-time. You can also get it from neutron stars, and this is actually really cool. I liked this result. So with neutron stars, it actually has like matter that can do shit, because with the black hole, the matter is all in the event horizon, so it's basically irrelevant and gone. But in a neutron star, it's not. So the neutron stars orbit and lose energy, and then they collide. And when they collide, they can actually make a gamma ray burst, so a burst of gamma rays, as the name would suggest. And so LIGO actually saw a collision of neutron stars, and at the same time, the Fermi satellite saw a gamma ray burst from the same direction. So that was pretty awesome to confirm that happens.
Especially given that they had to be extremely sensitive to be able to detect it.
Yeah.
Because gravitational waves are something that like Einstein predicted, right?
Yep.
And had been unconfirmed, and
yeah, they've been trying to go after them for decades. It's kind of an example of, if you're willing to invest in the upgrades for decades, it eventually can work. I don't know if that justifies all this funding over decades, but I'm glad they did. It's paid off in folds, or scores, stones, paid off
spades.
Spades, that's it. It's paid off in spades at this point. It's also a huge accomplishment for like mankind, but yeah, I remember people always ask me, they're like, what practical things come out of dark matter research? And I'm like, none. Zero. Zip. Nada.
People get trained and there's lots of unexpected
Sure, it means a STEM
serendipitous-
literate and a computer programming literate workforce, because most people don't stay in
Well, there's
academia.
other literal, like, NASA will make special lasers to use on the International Space Station that can be repurposed for, like, dentistry and eye exams and stuff. Like,
Right, so there's
You
the
don't-
technology side of it.
it's the kind of thing that it doesn't make sense for a private company to pursue, but they'll certainly take advantage of it after private funds or public funds have done the initial exploratory work. Yeah, I think that's honestly more of a failure of teaching than it is of the students.
It's so you can understand baseball statistics.
Well, I had a couple
and
teachers that were good at
fantasy
saying, like,
football.
this isn't about learning
And give a
trigonometry.
tip, a decent tip. That's a thing we do in the U.S. They don't do that anywhere else, right? Does anyone else do tipping culture? Canada, question mark? Tommy? Or is it really just the U.S.?
I had a couple teachers who
Sorry.
did a good job of, it's okay.
They gave you, Oh, Kami, I just was wondering if there's tipping culture in Canada. Do y'all, like, tip waitresses and stuff?
Or do you pay
Yeah,
people a living wage?
did they give you problems that were, like, real-life problems? So you...
No, that's exactly the point, is that they would say, I had several good teachers that were like, you're not here to learn trigonometry because trigonometry is something that you're going to use in your life. You're here to learn how to think. Like, this is a problem to solve. It's a different thing than you've had to encounter before. You have to learn how to learn. You have to learn how to think. You have to learn how to research.
Yeah.
It's not about...
That's what I try to say to the pre-meds in my intro physics class when I was a TA. I don't think they bought it.
Well, the second part of the problem, especially in the United States, is that a lot of kids have a real problem where there are critical life skills that you could teach in the school, like finances, credit cards, checking accounts.
Right.
That no
Understanding
time is spent
compound
on-
interest. That involves math. See, Canada just keeps being better than us. Good job, Canada. But yeah, compound interest, just interest in general, like knowing, hey, I'm gonna buy an iPhone, and that costs, what is it, like $600, $300? How much is the new iPhone?
$1,200.
It's $1,200 fucking dollars.
I think so.
How much were our phones when we got them?
$300.
Yeah, okay, that's where I was getting my estimate from. Shit, it's okay, fine. You have $1,000.
We don't do iPhones.
And you pay $50 a month with a 20% interest or whatever. I don't know if that's high or low.
Yeah, I agree, Aki. That was the bad take that a lot of teachers would give. Like, you only really need to have one good teacher, I think, to get it, but unfortunately a lot of teachers get jaded and torn up by the system. And...
But yeah, they
Or-
made us calculate exactly how much in the end you would pay for that iPhone, and it's a lot. Because of interest.
Our country doesn't do a great job at, like, incentivizing teachers. So we pay them like shit to do the most important job in the country. Make them pay for their own school supplies.
Yeah, and they burn out.
Yeah, it's really easy to burn out.
Oh yeah, Kami, we usually will tip. If we use a gift card, we tip on the original bill. Totally concur with your wife.
Sleepgrass, Gaia drum.
Who won, Tommy?
Tip to round up the bill. Yeah. Here, the way it works is people that are in tipped positions don't even make minimum wage.
That's what
and
Tommy was saying.
if they get enough tips that they do make minimum wage, then the employer doesn't have to pay them anymore, and they can keep whatever they make on top of that. But if they make less than minimum wage, the employer technically has to reimburse them, but that virtually never happens. On the one hand, like, I don't mind tipping, and I always do at least 20%, usually more, especially since COVID started.
20%'s easy because you just move the decimal place to the left
Double
and
it.
then multiply by 2. See, that's math. You need math. Bring out their tip calculator app. I'm like, no, it's very easy. 20% and then you can like kind of guess, like, oh, do I want to give them an extra $2 on top of this? Make it more like 22% or what? And adjust from there.
You have to sacrifice your own car out here. It's like with an Uber driver. Take on all the risk. Also, you're not an employee.
Dude, I worked at a candy store at an amusement park for 4 years, or 4 summers, I should say, when I was in high school / first summer in between college. And we weren't supposed to take tips. I totally took tips, and they can suck it. I actually once put out a jar. It was for change because the ice cream, like with tax, was like $2.05, and so people would give you 3, and then I had to like give them 95 cents in change. And
Hey, thanks, Nodovan. Appreciate that.
then all my change would be gone, and so, you know, if people had extra change, I would just put it in that jar. But people thought that was a tip jar, so they would put like $5 bills in there, and I would just take that $5 bill and put it in my pocket. So I'm a bad employee.
Yeah, same here, Aki, at minimum. Our Domino's delivery folks really like us. I've noticed we've been getting Domino's way faster.
Oh yeah, they're like, man, she's getting that barbecue pizza with the green peppers. You gotta get that shit to them fast.
Sleep Town.
Yeah, there were multiple times where they call us and they're like, did you need to tip that much? And we're like, yes. It's hard times.
If you're thinking of a black and white one, you're probably think of Final Fantasy Adventure 2 for the Game Boy, which was actually either Secret of Mana or Saga, one of the Saga games. I think we were talking about that last time, that you said you really didn't like it, not knowing that it wasn't actually a Final Fantasy game, right? This one wasn't released in the US, it was Japan only, this one in FF3. Itgard Mask. Bighorns. Yeah, that's this one out of them. I have Toad level 9 because I've been casting Toad frequently.
Where do the toads come from? The ether?
They're the ones that dance around them and turn them into a toad? Yeah, it was an NES game. The only black and white Nintendo games were on the original Game Boy. I know, right?
Wonder if Domino's people have a nickname for us. And if they do, I hope it's Awesome Sauce. Why should he have that?
We're not doing anything special, we're doing the bare minimum. It's not something to be proud of. So
Well,
it's hazard
compared
pay.
to everyone else, we're doing better.
Well, that's not a reason to be proud.
You have to grade on a curve.
Also, there are people that can't afford to tip like Aki and we do.
Right, of course.
Black Mask. I'll go turn it into a Slayer helmet.
Is that the end of the dungeon?
I honestly don't know what this is for. I got it. probably before the game was meant to send me to grab it. Thank you, Warp. I actually really needed to heal.
Yeah, you have like one of your members has just been dead, and you've just been dragging their body behind you.
Yeah, she's a guest character that she's so far behind in skills.
So that's why you didn't res her?
Yeah, because when she's alive, the problem is if she's alive, that means that she could potentially get targeted by enemies, which means she'll gain hit points, XP, and if she helps kill the enemies, then she'll gain XP that I don't care about because she's only a guest. She's not going to be around forever. Yeah, the NES Final Fantasies, at least I don't think any of them had battle backgrounds, right? It was just a dull black background.
Well, that's nice that they tell you it's temporary instead of having this character that you just level up, and then they die halfway through.
Yeah, I think this is the only game that does it this way. I mean, Final Fantasy IV is kind of similar in that you're rotating out the party the whole time, but it's not clear who the protagonists are and who the guest stars are.
You know what I loved about Dragon Quest VIII? Is that the one I played?
That's the one you played, yeah?
Is that when you have a knocked out party member, you just drag this coffin behind you. It's really funny. Which I guess means they're dead, and then they get resurrected or something.
I got so much money from being down there.
Getting money, getting paid.
Yeah, I like the ghost party members in Earthbound.
Do they do something?
I just follow you around as
Just
ghosts.
hang out.
Cool effect. Your entire interface turns red. The game basically screams at you to fix this problem.
Hi, Ben. Do you want snuggles? Oh, he just ran away. I don't think he wants snuggles.
Guessing it's the island in the northeast corner. It's right over there. Our address is known by Domino's, and there's at least one driver trying to grab the order.
Yeah, so does the tip get spread out between the driver and the people actually making the pizza, or do the people making the pizza get paid more because they don't get tips?
I think it depends on the store, basically.
Okay, well, I hope it gets spread around to everyone.
I'm just really glad Domino's lets you tip online. Like, I tried to do that when we went to go pick up Chili's, and Chili's was like, we don't allow you to tip greater than 50%. I was like, why? Why would you block that? Is someone using Chili's orders for money laundering? Yeah, that's all I could think. Like,
Where are you going now?
pool of tips. Story progress. Oops. Didn't mean to walk on the surface there. Yeah. Pooling tips is what I'm used to hearing. Deist. Yeah, the best part of the song plays right around the time random battles are set to start.
Now they're dead. Oh, you're in a higher level area.
It's exciting. That means that those spells are more likely to level up now.
Oh, that sucks, Fall. Yeah, I could see that. Really depending on integrity. Yeah, and then I guess you could do it more and more complicated where like you count how many tables and then you do divvy it up weighted by that. But then you get like, well, what if there's someone who gets more tips because they're going above and beyond, and there's someone who's getting like minimum tips and they get the same fraction.
Yeah, I think the difference in the U.S. term is that tipping is like an obligate thing. Like you must tip 20%, basically regardless of the service you received. And I would almost argue that you should tip 20% if you got bad
Minimum,
service.
yeah.
Like, just because of the way we've completely fucked service employees and minimum wage employees. Sometimes, like, if we had a really weird request or something went wrong, or like, I've over tipped before when like a waitress has spilled on me. Because it's
not her fault.
It's
yeah.
more embarrassing for the server in most cases, because like the fear is that they have a customer who's gonna like tear their head off, because Americans are terrible customers. We have this
That's so mean.
we have this
Get it.
customer is always right entitled
Like,
attitude.
you
We just
know-
treat service employees like shit.
It's like, oh, they got your order wrong at Taco Bell? You should go in there and yell at them. I'm like, no, I'm just gonna fucking eat it. It's delicious. It's Taco Bell.
Yeah.
It's not what I ordered, but you know what? They tried.
I'm gonna tell my mom.
It's just like, you know, it's really not a big deal. Although I will say, the Taco Bell in Milwaukee that we go to now, the new one, that's only 20 minutes away instead of 45,
But yeah.
they rock, which is great because Dylan and I usually get about the same thing. Like, I get a cheesy gordita crunch, and then he gets a cheesy gordita crunch without lettuce. Well, I get a cheesy gordita crunch with extra spicy ranch. He gets it.
Husband was a dragoon. The Imperial soldiers killed him along with the rest. My son and I are the only two left. In the room behind us is the last surviving wyvern. Seems to be trying to tell us something, but I cannot speak its tongue. If only we had one of the pendants, we would be able to understand it. The cavern of the wyverns lies north of the castle. That cavern may hold one of the pendants. Dragoons fought valiantly, but the Empire knows no honor. They poisoned the wyverns' water. The wyverns writhed in agony until at last their breathing stopped. The dragoons were picked off one by the Empire. Oh, same dialogue. What's the big idea? You're not the bad guys. I thought the Empire had sent their soldiers after us again. Wyvern's right in there. It's sound asleep now. My mom says it's gonna die soon. It's also an FF5. When I grow up, I want to be a dragoon just like my dad was.
I thought I said dragon. I misread.
I feel like Final Fantasy II is the actual first Final Fantasy game. Or at least it establishes so much.
You're gonna go wake him up, asshole.
I have to bring him an item, I think, to make him not die.
Coffee? Oh, right, he's dying. A fairy?
Yeah, and that's what's frustrating to me, Six Gun, is that it's like... It's so ultra-capitalist. Like, to... Now you're not even going to pay you the wage that you're owed. It's going to be dependent on what the customer thinks of your service.
Yeah, if you go somewhere regularly, you should make sure to tip well. Like the bartender at the Las Vegas airport, because I usually got there early because the traffic in Las Vegas, like the flight leaves at 8 or something, so you have to be at the airport by like 6:30 or 6, and then I'm going through rush hour, so I always give myself extra time just in case. So I'm always there early, and there's a bartender, Darren, and he knows me, and he knows my order, and he is always a delight, absolute delight to talk to. We talk about The Mandalorian, talk about this French restaurant we didn't go to. Anyway, we just talk about shit. Talk about people being assholes to him.
Wingsword.
Oh, I saw him once. Someone ordered a. I'm not gonna remember the details, but they ordered like a Jack and Coke, and he accidentally did a Jameson and Coke, and the waitress was like, "They won't know. It's fine." I know, right, Six Guy? It's like, hey! And then the people at Waffle House, because that's right by the airport, so I usually get that for breakfast on my way out of town to drive back to Los Alamos. They know me, and they know my order. And they're awesome.
I'll forget you after COVID.
I know, I'm gonna have to reestablish all these relationships. Assuming that they still have jobs, and I hope they do, because they're awesome.
Assuming that there is a post-COVID. Alright, let's go to this Wyvern cave. Wyvern. Whoops, wrong target. Meant to have Guy cast Cure on all the zombies. But I think we'll be okay.
That's something we're missing. We don't really have barbecue up here in Los Alamos.
There's 2 barbecue places. Unlimited Barbecue at Smith's and also the barbecue place that's over
Whose name
by
I can't remember. You're right, never
Shell
mind.
Station.
We should go there more often.
I don't like barbecuing.
I don't like barbecue.
I'm wrong.
What's
I'm wrong. I'm not saying barbecue
the
is
best
bad.
size? You get like
No,
macaroni salad or potato salad.
I don't like savory and sweet. That's all. It's okay if you like it, and people who do like it, more power to you.
Go
I miss
there.
out on a lot. Yeah, I know. I like spicy and
Can you
savory.
bring your hot sauce and put it on? Or maybe ask them like, hey, can you not put barbecue sauce on this so I can put my fucking hot sauce on it because I'm
Like, you don't
weird?
want barbecue sauce on the barbecue place? I'm wrong. It's okay. I wish I liked it.
That's awesome, Six Gun! He's like, oh man, let me get you the, what was the Columbus name? Soccer
Benedict's.
team?
Some people's kids.
I don't remember what they were called. Ooh, spicy vinegar sauce. You might like that.
North Carolina pulled pork, spicy vinegar sauce. Sounds good to me.
Crew! Thank you, Six Gun. That was gonna, like, bother me. I knew it was a C. I was gonna say champions, but that didn't make any sense. Oh, hell yeah, Six Gun. Yeah, I frequently actually go to DC.
Were you thinking about doing a fellowship in DC for a couple
Yeah,
of years?
I don't think I get it though. I should show you the list of the people who got it. They're all very, very impressive.
You're very impressive.
Yeah.
Come across the remains of a dragoon. Something on the ground catches your eye. You find a pendant.
It's like, I started my own charity and now I manage a $2 million account or whatever. Like, how do I compete against that?
Oh, Hardy. That's where my parents are. Should ask them if they've been there. The little Hardy's pretty blighted right now. Most of those businesses have tanked. Pulled pork is good.
You just don't like it with barbecue sauce.
Yeah, it's really just barbecue sauce that I have a...
Dislike of?
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's an exception to where I like something that's meaty and sweet.
Well, did you like the habanero mango chicken crispers you got last night? Or were they too sweet?
They're too sweet, yeah. So now that I think about it, I don't know if I like sweet. Like I'm always, we all have the allure of, oh goodness, I like sweet because it must be lots of difficult to get sugars that our cave person ancestors didn't have access to. But like usually after I have like a bite of ice cream, I'm like, okay, that was the ice cream, that's all I wanted. I want a Wesley Crusher amount of chocolate mousse, and then I want to put
For
it
those
back.
of you who don't understand, we've been watching TNG, The Next Generation, Star Trek The Next Generation, the one with Patrick Stewart as Picard, and Wesley Crusher is a character who's like this teenager. He's annoying, but he can also be quite charming and adorable. But anyway, there was this girl on one of the episodes that he was like totally crushing on. And he kept being like, oh, you have to try chocolate ice cream. And so he goes to the food dispenser and asks for chocolate ice cream. And then he never gives it to her.
Well, he gives it to her and she takes a bite and he takes it away from her before
like,
she can finish
we have
it.
to go
It's time to
now.
go. Let me show you the holodeck. And it's like, she was eating that, dude. Also just gonna sit there and melt on the replicator? What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, I could do mustard instead of tomato base. I like mustard a lot. I know Andrea doesn't.
Oh, mustard's awful. Terrible.
It's okay to be wrong.
Ah. That's why getting
the same type.
just like
Oh, that sounds awesome.
just getting straight up cheeseburgers from McDonald's is really, really, really risky for me because I like to just get green chili and mayonnaise and cheese and burger and bun, obviously. But their default is pickles and mustard and onions, so it's like I don't want any of that. And like there have been times where I order it and I don't know, the guy at McDonald's was just on autopilot and was like, boom, cheeseburger done. And I'm just like, I can't eat this. I hate mustard. I hate pickles. And I'm not a big fan of onions on a cheeseburger.
Monster in a box. So watch Andrea watching me play Dark Souls. Every time I get to a chest, she's like,
Check it, check it, check it. And now we're in Dark Souls 2, where he can only hit it once without breaking it.
surprised you remember that. We only
I paid
played like the
attention.
first 30 minutes. Of Dark Souls
Also,
2.
I crotched it because I did a cleric build again because I had a great time with it in Dark Souls 1. And
By that she means you had me build as a player.
yeah, I'm not playing.
You're just picking the stats and the gear and stuff, and that way you can take all the credit for success. And I can take all.
McDonald's totally does put onion because they put onions on things by default on the Big Mac, but those little cubes, they're not like the circles.
Maybe that's a regional thing. They have onions and green chili on them here.
Yeah, they totally do. But yeah, Dark Souls. So by default, the cleric gets a first prayer or miracle or whatever they're called of healing. So he went to battle this character you're not supposed to be able to beat, but he beat him because he could heal.
Andrea's a genius.
You're welcome.
No, I enjoy it. It's fun. I enjoy the model of Andrea gets to take credit for all the successes.
Yep.
And it's still my fault whenever I die.
Yep. Everyone wins.
Exactly.
Except for Dylan.
No, it's I enjoy it. I get to play Dark Souls again. That's fun. I'm probably gonna do a launch stream of Demon Souls Remaster.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming out with the
Is that by the same
PS5.
people?
Demon Souls was the first game. Dark Souls is like a refinement.
Oh, and also, did you put it in the schedule? But on Saturday after TNG, using my sub-block hours to get him to play Myst.
Yeah, that's not on the
Because we
schedule
had
officially,
never
but I'm gonna do it
played Myst.
after Star Trek, so like 2 hours probably.
Yeah, 2 hours sounds good.
If you'd like to see Myst, me playing Myst for the first time.
No spoilers. All he already knows you can beat the game in 36 seconds.
They put astringent vegetable shrapnel on their burgers. Okay, he was saying that the thing that they call onions.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't think I'm crazy. I'm pretty confident about this. It's like once when we were in Ohio, we were talking about Charlie Brown for some reason. Everyone was talking about like, oh yeah, Lucy always pulls the football away, right? And Charlie Brown never kicks it. And I'm like, I don't know, he did once. And you know, it's because he became invisible. So fine, argue about whether or not, you know, he kicked it. But he was invisible and she was holding the football and he actually kicked it by tricking her, by being invisible. And everyone basically convinced me that I was insane. And I thought I was insane until
I'm like,
I looked it up.
What does this have to do with cubed onions? And I'm like, okay, I get it.
I started to doubt myself, and then I looked it up, they looked it up, and they're like, oh, there's this weird, like, Fringe episode called It's Magic, Charlie Brown, where he becomes invincible and kicks a football, so you were right. But, like, oh my god, they gave me so much shit. And I was like, maybe I dreamed this. No.
3 giants helms. Very good. Very good.
Glad I don't tell you up front where my stories are going. Does that cause you joy or angst?
Is that a Michael Scott quote where he's like, I don't think about what I'm going to say before I say it. I just start talking and the words just kind of come. Something like that. I don't remember the quote, but...
Well, I also don't like the McDonald's onions because they just end up falling all over the place. You know, like when you have the ringed onions, they stay in place like a tomato, right? But you have these cubes just sprinkled on the bun on top, and they just kind of fall out. And don't make this stuff. I usually get it.
When I fixed it earlier, it screwed something up. Hold on, I'm trying to fix it now. Thank you, Ben, for breaking everything.
Aw, little guy. He's a little furry. Oh, I should put that picture of him. I'll put a picture of him in Discord when I get my phone. That picture you sent me of him looking very focused. I put that in we have a Slack channel for my experiment called Hawk. And in Hawk there's a channel called Hawk Pets where everyone posts pictures of their pets. As you might guess. And so I posted a picture, it's really funny, of Ben just wide-eyed and focused, and I'm like, did somebody say salami?
It's okay for kitties to have a little salami.
Just a little salami. It's a really funny picture. At least I think it's funny. Very classic Ben. Captures his personality quite well. But yeah, the ones before that, I guess people were questioning whether or not cats tend to sleep on their back, because everyone was posting like their cats who sleep on their back, which is weird. Ben and Marty do not sleep on their backs. They are side sleepers.
I can't sleep on my back. Oh, I got Holy up to level 7. Nice. I didn't see that when that happened. Kind of sad that Holy is non-elemental in this game.
Why? Does that make it better?
Well, it's sad to cast Holy on a undead enemy and have it do less damage than casting Cure on that enemy.
Oh, what all comes on a Carl's Jr.?
It's Hardy's.
What all comes on a Hardy's? I don't know either. I mean, I think I've been to them a couple times, but not enough to, like, know what the default toppings are.
Never actually... I've been to Hardy's, but I haven't been to Carl's Jr. I think it's like... Kroger versus Smith's, depending on the region that they're in. I just know it from Idiocracy. Tom Kenny is the voice of the robot that serves the Carl's Jr. Welcome to Carl's Jr., fuck you. Get your extra big-ass nachos. You are an unfit parent. Your child is now under the custody of Carl's Jr.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Idiocracy, you can watch it. It's, you know, a documentary about what's going to happen in the future.
It's an optimistic portrayal of an alternate universe. The stupid people in charge try to listen to experts.
Oh yeah, that's perfect Ramadan. I would get that. No modifications.
In-N-Out was pretty good. I like.
Yeah, they
In-N-Out.
just always had such a long line.
They did a
Remember
pretty
that
good job of handling it, though.
one time he goes to pick up In-N-Out, and you know what this motherfucker did on his way home? He drank my chocolate milkshake.
Well, I absent-mindedly drank your chocolate milkshake. It was in the.
It was in the cup holder, and you were stopped at the red light, and you were just like,
I'll have a quick little sip of this.
milkshake. Yeah, I guess that's my mistake. I should have gone with him. Oh no, chocolate's the best.
It was one of those things where I realized my mistake when I got back to park and I went to go get all the stuff. I grabbed the empty cup.
Andrea, I'm so sorry.
I understand the mistake that I made.
It was okay.
Stop ambushing me. Out of NP.
You have ethers?
Not really. I think In-N-Out's just a solid, reasonably priced hamburger. If you let it be oversold for you by stuff like The Big Lebowski, then you'll be disappointed. But it's, you know, it's nothing amazing. It's just like, given that it's only a couple bucks, it's a decent option for burgers and fries. It's not in the same category as like Texas Roadhouse. Texas Roadhouse is, they're not the greatest steaks ever, but it's the best quality to cost ratio steaks that I've had. Given that you're paying $10 for it, they're really good. McDonald's is usually my last choice. I guess most fast food I don't get like super excited about. Like, oh man, we're gonna go.
This is Mark Pies.
What's that?
This is Mark Pies?
I like Mark Pies, all right.
But you don't get excited.
Trying to think. Occasionally I will if there's some seasonal menu items or temporary menu items at Taco Bell that have me really excited to go out for food. But
I have a question for you. McDonald's or Subway? I know you hate both.
neither.
Gun to your head, you choose to get shot?
I worked at Subway, so probably McDonald's. I had too much Subway for a lifetime. Yeah, quality of the meat compared to other fast food burgers. It's a good way to put it. Yeah, I think that's fair. In-N-Out occupies a similar space to like Costco hot dogs, right? Like, yeah. Given that you're paying like $2 for them, pretty good.
You know the story about their place?
No, I'll fight you to the death on Raising Cane's. Raising Cane's is actually incredible. I've made at-home cane sauce before and put it on like chicken strips, and I think the way that they do their chicken is pretty special.
Like, brine it?
The software decided that I Love Costco hot dogs was a decidedly inhuman noise. think because she was yelling it while I was.
No, I'm sorry. Was the frequency off? You know the like CEO of Costco? They were like in the 90s. They're like, oh, let's increase the price of the hot dogs to $3, and he's like, no, you are not increasing the price of the hot dog stands. You get a hot dog and a Coke for $1.50.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess chicken strips are just like such a completely different. I wouldn't even have considered them as being in the same category. I see what you mean, though. I got a diamond shield drop. That's cool. I don't understand how shields work in this game because they all seem to have the same stats. Sort of like a more detail if I check them on here.
If you touch the hot dog price, I'll fucking kill you. He was very adamant.
I don't mind McDonald's. I just,
You're not excited about it.
yeah. Although they've got spicy nuggets now that are very good. If you've got a Freddy's near you, I find Freddy's is a pretty decent in-and-out substitute. I think it probably has more in common with Steak and Shake, but...
Yeah, that sucks, Leon. Like, sometimes the yolk, even if you do it perfectly, will still just kind of expand. Like, I don't know why. God telling you to have scrambled eggs. Or Shiva, or, you know, Avalokiteshvara. Whichever one was paying attention to at the time.
Poor Leila has just been dead in my party this whole time.
I know, you're just dragging your body behind you.
$5 to 10 minute drive and a 15 to 20 minute wait. Given the extreme traffic they get, they're actually very efficient about.
Oh, they are. Yeah, they are.
It's kind of In-N-Out Burger in California was the first time I ever saw the thing where they'll, instead of using their drive-through, they'll like have people outside that walk from car to car and take the order. Which I never realized that there's that big of a bottleneck at the drive-through kiosk, right? It makes sense that if they could just get everyone's orders, they could be making them constantly and get everyone through more quickly. They do that at the Chick-fil-A here in Santa Fe. Apologies to all California and ex-California residents. I don't think I could live there again. It was just too much. Too many
to be
people.
specific, we lived in Silicon Valley, so I'm sure that there are places in California that are less expensive and less crowded.
Less stressful.
Yeah.
Well, everybody there seems pretty stressed out.
Well, yeah, because it's so goddamn expensive. Apparently in San Francisco, did you see? I saw this on Reddit a couple days ago. If you're making $115,000 a year, you're considered low income. Like, that's insane. I read a story a while back about a guy who worked at Google and just like had a camper and lived out of his camper, or maybe it was even a van, because I think Google has showers because they have a gym or something. So he would just eat at Google and like shower at Google and sleep in his van because he's like, I don't want to waste, you know, a third of my salary on this ridiculous rent. I think they eventually kicked him out though. Told him you can't do that. Which sucks.
I'm gonna get out of here and heal. I feel like there's still something down here that I haven't discovered.
What's I'm gonna butcher this. Marquette, Michigan like? It's a nice little town. Everyone knows each other. You don't have to lock your doors. Or it's more like a half big city, half little city, kind of like Columbus. What?
Let's get out of here. Go turn in this pendant.
Is New York the first most expensive, or Manhattan to be specific? Ooh, a bus line. That's huge.
We seek your aid in destroying the Empire, our common foe. Will you help us? The Empire's poison already courses through my veins. I will not escape the fate that befell my brood. I have one last request to make of you. Take this egg to the cavern north of here, submerge it in the life spring. It is the last remaining wyvern egg. It's not submerged in the life spring soon, it will wither and die.
So now you're gonna go do another dungeon before you put that.
You're done! He's just sleeping.
It's just easy.
There's even trap rooms in the areas that have no combat.
You know, and in Silicon Valley, I was making less than $100,000, so we were poor. I went to so much Taco Bell. That's my story. I'm 72.
Taco Bell's expensive.
I guess that's true. Yeah, and we were within walking distance of a Trader Joe's, but...
Trader Joe's is expensive.
Yep. Thankfully, in California, there are tons of, like, vacation things you can do that are driving distance that are just, like, epically beautiful. Like Big Sur, we used to take the motorcycle down there. That was awesome. Hearst's Castle, that was kind of cool. I like that. On the way, there were elephant seals, so that was cool. Yosemite. Near woods, or the Big Basin is where I'd like to go, where I'd like to go. So that's nice about California. It was a good place to live for like 2 years, and then we're good.
Alright, let's try this again.
Oh, in Wine Country? We went to Wine Country a couple of times. Napa. Look how happy they are. God, I always wonder what the message is. I think he does a really good job of filtering.
We had one, I was really embarrassed of how bad I was at Warcraft 2, so I just didn't stream to a game category, I just left it blank, which apparently is like a beacon for bots to harass your channel, because I guess maybe it's likely that new streamers aren't using a category. But anyway, it was so bad that, like, so many bots were coming in and spamming that it was... Peak was getting timed out from Twitch. They're sending too many messages banning them. And then Serp found a thing in the mod view that, like, blocked the terms before it got to Peak. So these are people that are even making it past that.
I think it was Coast Wine Country. It was literally north of San Francisco. You know, you go across that bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge, drive for like another hour.
Poor Bell.
Yeah, Corbel was the champagne place. That one is great because it has a little tour that ends in a tasting. It's pretty cool. It's free tour. Get to learn about champagne making. I guess they used to like have this guy whose only job was to go through all the bottles like on the racks and just like turn them every day, just one like half turn or quarter turn every day.
The concept of wine doesn't bother me, but wine country was a little too bougie for my tastes. It's kind of that like the best TM, like
I don't know what TM is.
it's in the territory of things that people overpay for because of the luxury of it, not because of its utility or because...
So actually there's a really, really, really interesting documentary on HBO, and I forget the name, about this guy who forged all these like really expensive wines. And that one made me kind of think that there might be something to, like something really, really, really subtle. Because people would buy these wines and drink them and like think, oh yeah, this is just like the last $1,000 bottle I bought. God, I can't remember the name of it. It's so good though.
What, the documentary?
Yeah. Did I show you that one?
You did, yeah.
About the guy would like take wine and like mix it to try to get it just right.
Well, he raised the ire of one of the Koch brothers because he had a whole bunch of bottles in his cellar that were forgeries, and none of them can tell because it's all bullshit.
Oh, that's Central Valley? My bad. I figured I hadn't gone enough east for it to be something in the valley. Yeah, I've been to Santa Barbara.
That's
yeah,
the pool I have
go
to
to any
get
green
to.
places. We were doing a science experiment there because there's a, what are they called? STL, Special Technologies Laboratory. But yeah, those were like 12-hour days. So basically, we would go get sandwiches for lunch and like eat them by the ocean as our little break, and then we go back and like work until, 9 or 10 at night. Yay! Santa Barbara hype. Are they just giving the finger the whole time?
It's interesting that you independently...
Oh, people said that before.
Well, it's in Final Fantasy VI, they have that same casting animation. They've kind of like globbed onto the FF6 combat sprite style since it came out for 2D games, like Record Keeper. Record Keeper has some of the most gorgeous sprite art ever. If you ever go to Spriter's Resource, look under Mobile Final Fantasy Record Keeper and look at the enemy sprite sheets. Whether you play Record Keeper or not, like they've made incredible Final Fantasy VI style 2D battle sprites for all of the bosses and major enemies from the 3D Final Fantasies, and they look super good. I've used many and many, many of them in D&D Roll20 games.
Are you trying to put the egg in the screen?
I am, yeah.
Good.
I'm at the point where the game's starting to catch up with me. Which is nice. Means I can start leveling up spells again.
Oh, that hit really hard.
Oops, didn't mean to flee there. all the drops. Alright, I need to find a staircase down here that I haven't taken yet. There's a chest up there that I haven't been to yet. Furian's starting to get some good hits in. Spirit increased on Furian, that's it. Alright, so it looks like there's a staircase I have to take to get up there in the first place. It's super easy to get lost. Crap.
See, these poor little guys are on fire and they're clearly in pain. And you, instead of helping them...
I'm trying to run away!
Like, do you have a water spell?
Just ice.
You're just trying to kill them.
I'm trying to run away.
Well, that's just rude. They don't want you. They're like, help me, please, don't leave.
I helped them. I shuffled them loose, the mortal coil, something. Show them the light and made them walk towards it. Exactly. Okay, so I need to find another staircase from that floor. I might need to look up the map for this dungeon. The encounter rate's high enough that I lose track of where I was going when I get into a battle. Kingdom for a repel. So I don't think we're still clearly not evenly matched with the enemies. Like earlier when we were exploring outside of the intended boundaries and fighting enemies that were extremely difficult. We're definitely having to try a little bit now, which is nice. Gil is getting huge, I know, right? It's like 200,000.
That's a lot of gil. 20,000?
200,000. Some health up for Maria would be really nice. Or for Guy. Their chance of getting a hit points increase is proportional to the damage they took in the fight. As a percentage of their max health. So yeah, Maria got a max health upgrade there.
Nice.
It was tough early on to try to manage their max health because... I think this is right. Maria was in the back row, so she would very rarely get targeted. And that meant that her max health would fall behind everybody else pretty quickly. And the problem I was running into was that whenever she did get hit, she would get one shot, and when you get one shot, you don't get any hit point XP for it. You have to at least survive it.
Yeah.
She caught up pretty well. I think someone looked up the targeting at some point and said that
Hello, Benedict!
the middle two characters are more likely to get targeted.
Little guy. Claw my cheesy burger.
It wasn't Maria before because she was in the back row, so Guy was most likely to get targeted. You can beat yourself up, but they made it less brutal. Oh, jeez. That's a thing that can happen. Chili crunch.
Ooh.
Crunchy garlic and chilies. Oh, yeah. That sounds awesome.
I love you.
I like that Thai chili stuff.
I...
Oh god, it drops you all the way down here? Okay. I think I know how to get back, but... Screw that. It's some... I want to be the guy level stuff for this particular dungeon. It's cool. Games with random battles, like, give you a ratcheting anxiety. Every additional step you take that a battle hasn't occurred yet. I think that's why when you get into an area with scripted combats, it's like, whoa, what the fuck? This isn't when fights are supposed to happen. Oh, like, why is there... Sorry, there's a Discord notification that went off. It's because I had it open on the game PC. I guess your mute settings are different on different platforms for Discord. I'm surprised it works that way. I guess it makes sense on your phone versus your PC, but... I thought it would get synced between both of them.
Leon, did it like run down the side of the bottle when you poured it too? I hate when that happens. Or maybe it had a little, squirty cap.
Come on, game. Your cat, Andrea.
He's so clever.
I don't know if it's just like the Visual Boy Advance is so many little shortcuts that virtually any key you press on the keyboard is going to fuck up the video. But whenever Ben jumps on that keyboard, he always hits a key that does something. He hasn't force closed it yet, so that's good.
Calculated.
But maybe I shouldn't speak too soon.
Oh, that's awkward. You talking about like the teacher? Who's called the teacher mom before in elementary school? I did. A couple times. It was embarrassing.
Hey, Benedict. Are you a hungry kitty? I can't tell. I love you. It's like going through the cat's head. Like, maybe if I walk on him again. Didn't work last time. Maybe if I try it now. Maybe if I walk on him a little bit more.
Well, as far as they know, they need to do this for a full hour until they get fed.
From their perspective, they always get fed after doing this for a whole hour.
Yep, exactly. This is what they've learned.
It's like the kind of person that's like trying to call a shot, like call a drop happening in a game or a rare drop can occur and be like, and now. And now. And just doing that for like an hour and then a drop is like, called
First
it.
try.
Totally called it. Furion.
Marty just sits there and meows at us. He gargoyles, but Ben takes the more active approach, pacing across the desk and crawling on the keyboard.
Oh, same effect as wall. Interesting. See if these mithril gloves are an upgrade. I assume they're not. Now I'm getting giants' helms out the wazoo.
Oh, that is where it comes out.
Try to show the kitties gargoyling over here.
Little guys.
Marty's just very chatty right now. Alright, last time I did this, I fell off the bridge. So how do I not fall off the bridge?
Can you jump? Do
Doesn't
you have
look
like a
it.
little plank you could put down?
Definitely not running back out again because it was a nightmare last time.
You guys see Ben on the chair? Little guy. Little guy.
He's especially angry today.
So.
There's gotta be another way to get up there. I don't see any staircases that go in that direction. Maybe I could jump across the gap there. Maybe that staircase over there to the right? I have to warp out and use another cottage. Probably burning through my resources in here. On our way towards level 8 holy. Okay, so there should be a staircase that matches that one I just saw. And this looks promising. I may have finally found progress.
Hey! Moving forward, getting ahead. I love how this is now my stream uniform. You thought I was only gonna use this like once. when Dylan was like, "Oh, I got you a bunch of things for your birthday. One you're gonna use all the time, one you're only gonna use once, and one you might use a little bit." I haven't worn the shirt that you thought I was gonna use all the time yet.
No, I thought you were going to use the notebook all the time.
Oh.
Sauce notebook.
Yeah, once I'm done with my current notebook.
That's what I figured. It's a nice tunic.
It's just really comfortable. I am impressed with the quality.
The green screen lettuce.
Yeah, green screen lettuce. Should put like the Milky Way galaxy, like center the disc on there.
Cheesy galactic crunch.
Cheesy galactic crunch. Ah, they should make one of those and like in the spicy ranch sauce, like mix in some little star confetti, you know, or not confetti, edible confetti. I don't know what it's called.
Same root, right? In Galaxy? Same as, like, lactose?
Oh, yeah, Via Lactea is,
Milky Way.
yeah, that, it's a simulation that they did for how dark matter is distributed in the Milky Way galaxy. It's called Via Lactea.
Sprinkles?
Yeah, sprinkles is probably what I was going for. Little star-shaped sprinkles. Just mix them in with the spicy ranch. Maybe make the spicy ranch like black or purple. Well, both of those sound terrible.
I like how this is a whirlwind. You're coming up with the idea and talking yourself out of it immediately.
Yep. Or maybe, well, no, because I like the cheese on top. Because they could do the sprinkles instead of the cheese on top. But you know what? They need to make cheese in little star shapes. And instead of using shredded cheese, they use the star-shaped cheese. There it is. There it is. Cheesy galactic crunch.
Star-shaped cheese.
Yes.
I feel like this is the kind of thing that would look really good in like a press photo. Because like...
Exactly.
The cheesy gordita crunch on your tunic is not what a cheesy gordita crunch looks like. Let's be honest.
Yeah, no, it's...
That's what it looks like on their menu photo, but...
It's like, what is it? Instagram versus, you know, someone else's tunic.
Versus reality.
Instagram versus reality. I wonder when people sometimes will post on Reddit like really, 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 really bad ones, and do you think those people are just trolling?
Do you see this? Fuck this. Fuck this dungeon.
You have to pick a door?
I assure you that 3 of these doors reset my position in the level. After they already had the bridge that drops you down to the bottom, after you've already been lost trying to find where to go.
Go to the second one.
The second one?
Yeah. I'm getting
What if there's
feeling.
a car behind the other ones? Okay, it's just trap rooms. It doesn't like actually reset your position. This is a good Mario Maker level. It's pretty wild. Especially some of these like AAA developers, you kind of get the sense that
That's another
they've just
reason
always
you
known what to do.
The money will problem.
Yeah. When you exit the trap room, you're outside the dungeon. It's about as mean as you can
There's
make
another really good documentary. I forget where it's on, what it's on. I think it's HBO, about this guy who was obsessed with The Price is Right, and he would watch it, and he had like an Excel spreadsheet of all the common things they used and what they cost, and so like he would go on the show, and he would be in the audience, and once for the showcase showdown. One.
Okay.
For the showcase showdown, he guessed exactly what the price was, because he told it to the person who was on the thing, like what to do. Hey, first try.
You get $100. If you guess it exactly.
And he did get on eventually. I don't think he made it past. The wheel. Because that's complete chance.
I used to love like trying to find someone to listen to me nerd out about The Price is Right. Chimera after
Have we shown you that documentary? Oh, dude, we can watch that this weekend. You'd love it. This guy was just way into it, and
I used to think about what's the perfect Price is Right game, and I think it's you have to bid exactly right on the opening showcase. The opening showcase has to be some kind of electronics. It can't be like
a dinner plate.
Yeah,
set.
it can't be a dinner set. It has to be like
A TV? Well,
Like a
TV's
TV.
probably too much for the first one.
Sometimes
like,
they'll have a
bidding.
TV. That's probably your best shot as a TV. So you have to bid perfectly. You have to get the TV, and you have to get the $100 from Bob Barker. Then, on each half of the show, one of the 3 games has a car.
Yep.
But one game called the Golden Road
Yep.
would have a Winnebago, which is
Yep.
like worth twice as much.
Right, that's the jackpot. That is the
So
most expensive.
you have to win the Winnebago. You have to get the Golden Road. You have to win the Winnebago.
Yep.
You have to
get 100.
spin 100, and then you have to get 100 again.
Yep.
Then you have to have a double showcase. Now, normally one showcase has a vehicle and one does not.
Right. One has a trip or something.
Sometimes you never want it to be a trip. So it needs to be a double showcase where neither showcase is a
It's
trip.
furniture. Like you get a new.
Yeah. It's all physical goods, and you have to win the double showcase, which I think is you have to bid within
200
100 or something.
Oh, is it 100?
It may have been 100 back in the day.
That's-
I don't think it's ever
that's
happened,
right.
but the Price is
That's
Right
the-
perfect game.
Perfect game. HBO has some really good documentaries.
Then you
There's
see the
this
taxes
other-
and the prizes, yeah.
There's this amazing documentary I'll tell you about later.
The wyvern egg sinks gently to the bottom of the spring.
It looks like acid.
Egg rests steep at the bottom of the life spring.
Good job.
Alright, carry on.
Okay, so there's this amazing HBO documentary that I just watched and I had no idea what it was going to be, and it's awesome. It's called Tickled, and it's about competitive tickling and this really, really rich guy who would like convince people that it was a thing to get videos of people tickling each other because that's what did it for him sexually. And these people just start investigating competitive tickling, and they just like uncover this whole conspiracy. It's amazing. You should totally check it out.
Was the rich guy on The Price is Right?
No, that's a different documentary.
Just trying to connect how you got to tickle because it was another documentary.
HBO documentary.
Gotcha.
Yeah, HBO has good documentaries.
I'm with you. It's fun for me to.
I was like, what
Sometimes Andrea makes the connection in her head, but then forgets to include how she made the jump. So I'm just like, okay, let me see if I can figure this out.
Tickling and Price is Right.
Pachinko? No. Plinko, rather.
Or Plinko, yeah. Is Pachinko the Red Letter Media version?
No, that's Plinketto. Pachinko is a kind of machine in Japan.
Oh, yeah.
Or,
Capcom?
close. Good guess. Konami. The other one.
Okay.
The other important Japanese third party that's been around since.
Benedict, it's time to snuggle again.
The living wyvern is dead, but the egg you place in the spring remains. Someday it will hatch. The wyvern will spread its great wings and soar through the sky for the rebels.
And it can self-reproduce?
We are grateful. Wait. You just cried on me. Ah, it's dead. It's too bad.
And they already buried it.
I definitely need to rest now. Let's go back and tell Hilda, sorry, all the Dragoons are dead, all the Wyverns are dead. I laid an egg. Maybe that one day they can help us out, we'll see.
So I remember, right, because, if you only have the one, well, say you had two, say you had a male and a female, like Noah's Ark, you can't get enough genetic diversity to, have a population that's going to survive?
That's
Question
correct.
mark? Yeah, and the reason I know that is Battlestar Galactica, because they have the really smart dude do that calculation. It's like, we need at least 20,000 people or something.
Do you know that that's reflective of reality and isn't just a fictional thing in Battlestar
And
Galactica?
they've calculated it, I bet, because they're a bunch of nerds.
I see. I mean, I'm pretty sure that is a thing, but
Me too. Oh,
I wouldn't
guess,
base it on
I'm not a
Battlestar Galactica.
geneticist.
Mormon allegory. Alright, let's go.
This season of Battlestar Galactica is perfect. Well, it's good. I enjoyed it. I think the first episode's a little long.
I spell Tar's not a reliable source of information.
Okay, well, I mean, hey, maybe 2, then they branch off and they all, have the same DNA, but eventually it mutates and it's fine.
I've heard that outside of Battlestar Galactica. I think that's a thing. It's a smaller population than thousands, though. Yeah.
Oh, 1,000. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember what they said on Battlestar Galactica.
It actually came up on TNG recently.
It
The
did?
episode with the clones. The planet where everyone was a clone, and they're like, we didn't have enough people to have a
Yeah.
diverse gene.
And so they
pool,
wanted
just cloned everybody.
they kidnapped the crew members to get genetic diversity, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I will say, if you want to watch TNG with us, Shades of Grey is over. We are never going to watch it again. It is done.
She's talking about an episode of TNG.
The worst rated episode.
It's just a clip show.
Do not watch it.
It's a bad clip show.
It's terrible. It is horrible. Like, it has there's one scene I enjoyed seeing again, and it was like the first clip scene where Riker is showing Wesley how to hit on women, and he's hitting on Whoopi Goldberg. It's amazing. One of my favorite scenes in the whole series so far. But yes, that one is out of the way. We will never see it again, and we can move on with our lives. We're in season 3, actually, where Dr. Crusher, Wesley's mom, who's way better than Dr. Pulaski, she sucked. Crusher is back, and my guess, although I'm beginning to think it's probably wrong, but I'm going to stand by it. Wesley is Dr. Crusher and Picard's son. Calling it right now.
Been fun watching TNG in chronological order. I only ever watched random episodes when they were on TV in syndication as a kid. So I never really picked up, other than the Borg, that there were like running storylines and significant callbacks. It's kind of hard to do a bad clip show, though. They just pick all your best scenes. You should know what they are. If they picked...
So they were trying to like stimulate Riker's mind because he was in a coma, and so they kept like hitting different places. And I think the one that had the most clips was the Riker bangs chicks clips. Riker just bangs a lot of people in TNG seasons 1 and 2. That one didn't work, by the way. That one, I think, made the virus, get stronger.
What, the horny Riker montage?
Yeah. If I recall correctly.
Alright, let's talk to Hilda. Although she might be crazy right now.
Oh, she gone hollow?
I think she may be replaced by like a double or something. She was being a super weirdo earlier. Something I would like to discuss with you.
Please, walk this way.
Alone?
Is that a bed? Why aren't we playing Swan Lake?
I don't think that's Hilda. Your Highness. I look upset Furion portraits.
She want you to bang her?
This definitely would not have made it to the NES in the 80s. Now you're mine, Furion. Called it. Called it. I didn't remember that from when I played this 16
like,
years ago. You walk in the room and she's like
that movie where that happens with Selma Hayek, and I'm not going to say what movie just in case you want to watch it. I watched it blind. And I was like, okay, this is happening.
Oh, new boss theme for this is cool. cool custom battleground for this room, too. She must have been there ever since we rescued her from the Dreadnought. Not so fast, you scurvy snake, says the corpse. She's been dead for a while now. She's a guest character, and if I use her, then she's absorbing hits that could be going to other party members, granting them agility, stamina, and hit points XP. And if she damages enemies, she gains XP that would otherwise go to the other party members who are permanent. So when she died, I'm like, I'm not going to pick her back up. It's not worth it. She's also significantly far behind the rest of the party. Cool. I delayed long enough to cast some spells and get some spell level increases and hear that cool song, because I didn't want to just hit her 3 times and miss out on that song right away. How much of that did you see? Enough to know you shouldn't be letting your guard down around fetching young ladies. Yeah, way to go, Firion. Tournament's being held in Palamecia, and Princess Hilda is the prize. I want to help you rescue Hilda. Certainly can't have 5 people in a party. That would be absurd. That makes sense. Gordon, buddy. Still have nothing. Papa said it was in... Okay. Guess is it an area I haven't been to yet? Palamecia, right?
What I miss? You killed the snake? Do you have any good drops?
Finn... No. I don't think there's anywhere on the map that I haven't been to. Maybe the places that look like they were accessible only through Airship on in the desert over there. I'll go try that. I thought they said Palamecia. I think I kind of get the sense that you're sort of intended to have been able to go to Mysidia by now. Let's see. No!
It's good to get hit, right? Because it increases your chance of HP level up.
That's something I like about this game, that I'm excited about taking damage. Sometimes I want to play a little differently, like cast spells that I wouldn't cast otherwise in order to try to get level ups for them. At some point it falls apart and you can just spam attack and kill everything, but until that point it's pretty fun to try to...
Is that what you did the first time you played this game?
But you can actually hit your own party members.
Did you do that the first time you played this game?
Hit my party members?
Yeah.
Probably.
You don't remember?
Yeah, 16 years ago. This game's basically blind for me.
Well, I mean, you remember Earthbound?
I also played Earthbound like 30 times as a kid because I owned it.
I thought you rented it because of the big box.
I originally rented it because of the big box and eventually bought it.
Yeah, they went to Blockbuster and he got to rent a game and he picked Earthbound because it was the biggest box and it had a cool like alien robot on the cover. He still has that box.
I do.
Not from Blockbuster. He did not steal the game from Blockbuster, but he ended up, or his parents.
They didn't give you the box when you rented a game.
Oh, they're just the disc.
Cartridge.
Or cartridge, whatever.
You're sailing on the ocean. A bunch of monsters jumped on your ship, and you surprised them. They must have got on the ship, and they're like, what? A buff guy? A guy that turns people into frogs? Well, Gordon's dead. Bye, Gordon.
Oh no. So you only have 2 people now?
No, Gordon's my new guest
you're-
party member. Stone cold. Holy crap, this guy speaks beaver. That was a great... You missed that scene. We went to this cave, and there were these giant beavers. They just all were, like, talking in beaver. And then Guy, the third party member, who kind of, like, he talks like a caveman. He's like, Guy no like rock.
Yeah.
He's like, Guy speak beaver. And then the party member's like, okay, yeah, we need you to speak beaver, please.
Speaks beaver.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's like a Kronk and
Exactly. No, I got this.
Squeak, squeakum, squeak, squeak, squeaker, squeaks, squeakum, squeaker.
That movie is so good.
I know.
It's the funniest Disney movie. I've seen a little bit. Lindsay Ellis hasn't done a video on Emperor's New Groove, but she's talked about it in a couple other videos about how it was supposed to be a completely different movie, played straight. Empire of the Sun or something.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, I'm really glad that it wasn't that, because...
Is it like Pretty Woman, where they had an original script and just took the basic premise? And...
See, the Pretty Woman's the original script was a good movie.
I like the Pretty Woman that they made. Thank you very much.
That's okay. $3,000 was a good movie.
Has him leaving her in the
Pretty Woman was like, that script's a little bit too...
just threw on the ground out of the gutter.
Oh, hey, now I can get in here.
Has to,
okay, this was blocked before.
Can't afford
Future Marstead, you weren't allowed to come here before. You have to do a Coliseum fight to rescue Princess Hilda. That's all you need to know.